Alright, everybody. Welcome back. I see that there's quite a few folks who have joined. I think that the interest level, unfortunately, has grown because there are a growing number of people who are being directly affected by these extreme winds, extreme wildfire conditions, and increasingly the fires themselves. Right now, there is one key fire of focus, the Palisades fire, burning in and near Pacific Palisades. And this fire has resulted in some pretty extraordinary images coming out of Southern California today. Not just from the sort of iconic type of scenes of the LA skyline, the Santa Monica skyline with these huge plumes of smoke and flames in the background, but the more visceral and genuinely scary stories that have emerged from the early hours of this fire earlier this afternoon. This very fast-moving wind-driven fire has burned only about 1,500 acres at this point. So in terms of the area burned, not a particularly huge fire, but it has been a hugely destructive fire. This is unfortunately a fire that's now confirmed to have burned numerous structures. I don't know what numerous means at this point. There's been a frantic firefight, so they're counting the structures burned is not a high priority. But it seems likely from the footage that it is at an absolute minimum in the dozens of structures burned, and quite likely will end up in the triple digits, especially given that this fire is nowhere near under control and will likely get worse before it gets better. The other thing that happened earlier, which was initially a rumor but has now been pretty well confirmed by eyewitness reports and news footage, including some live footage that was pretty extraordinary, is that there was a crisis within the first 2 hours of the fire's ignition within Pacific Palisades on several roads, including Sunset Boulevard, that iconic LA roadway, where there was a convergence of evacuation traffic and the roads were just not wide enough to accommodate. And as has sort of been everyone's worst nightmare in areas with limited access with roads, egress and ingress for firefighters, a traffic jam occurred at the worst possible place, turned into gridlock. There were numerous traffic accidents as cars hit each other trying to escape. The roadway was enveloped in flames. I know this is potentially a little too close to home for survivors of events like the fire that destroyed Paradise, the Camp Fire, or the North Bay fires in 2017, or any number of countless other fire incidents in the western U.S. that have borne witness to similar scenes. The only good news I have in all of this is that at this time, I'm not aware of any deaths, despite the fact that the evacuation traffic along some segments of roadway was overrun. Hundreds of vehicles were abandoned, and all of the occupants, as far as I'm aware, did make it out on foot. There were some injuries, but this was literally a case of people running down the side of the road, abandoning their vehicles, leaving them in the gridlock of the traffic. That's a scene reminiscent of the Oakland Hills fire in the early 1990s, among others. The outcome, it sounds like, at least initially, was less or not deadly in this case, although the story remains not fully told. But the really dramatic imagery was that once all of these hundreds of vehicles were abandoned on Sunset Boulevard and on adjacent roads and streets, firefighters no longer had any way to get into the affected area via a road, and so were unable to access numerous areas that were on fire. And so unfortunately numerous homes likely burned during that period because firefighters were not able to get in via road. Eventually the go-ahead was given. It sounds like LA County bulldozers, possibly also CAL FIRE bulldozers, came in and started bulldozing the roads, moving abandoned vehicles off of Sunset Boulevard. So there are some pretty incredible images and footage floating around right now of large firefighting bulldozers on Sunset Boulevard, moving Teslas and Mercedes and Maseratis out of the way, among other vehicles. But this was a pretty Hollywood movie-esque scene that unfolded, and fortunately it does sound like they were able to clear at least a single lane of ingress and egress for fire vehicles, and then some of the folks who had been trapped in the upper portions of Pacific Palisades earlier and were advised to shelter in place because there was no safe manner of egress on the roads, have now been advised to carefully and slowly make their way downhill and leave the area because there is now an open roadway to do so. So pretty, as I say, pretty dramatic scenes. I'll share some of those images in a moment. But this fire is nowhere near over, and in fact, the wind and the underlying fire threat is actually going to increase overnight. In fact, the red flag warning, which for portions of LA and Ventura counties was already issued as a highest tier, particularly dangerous situation warning from the Weather Service in LA, has now been extended to include Orange County. Most of Orange County is now also under a particularly dangerous situation red flag warning beginning tonight and continuing into tomorrow. So again, this event is not only not over, but it is just getting started and will get worse, significantly worse, before it gets better. The strongest winds are yet to come. The most widespread winds are yet to come. The lowest humidity is yet to come. The warmest temperatures are all yet to come. The strongest winds will probably be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning in most places. They will be much stronger than they are now, and they will be much more widespread. Damage is possible just from the winds themselves, but what I'm really worried about is that other fires, like the Palisades fire, requiring emergent evacuation of significant population centers in highly populated areas with limited routes of ingress and egress, particularly in the context of the dark nighttime hours. The sun is about to set, the winds are going to get worse, and they'll remain at their strongest levels through about sunrise. And the other piece here is that the winds are going to be so strong they may well knock out power. There are already some public safety power outages. There are hundreds of thousands of other customers who are potentially at risk of additional public safety related power outages. So when the utilities preemptively turn off the power to avoid ignitions, unfortunately, under these circumstances, I don't really see any other option. So this is not one of those edge cases where it's like, well, is it really worth shutting off the power to thousands of people? In this case, it very likely is. Now, the downside, of course, and one of the risks that you have to balance against is the possibility that people either ignite a fire trying to bring their power back on by using generators or candles or open flames or whatever, or that a fire ignites by some other non-power line related means and people's telecommunication systems are not functioning as they otherwise would. So I don't really know what advice to give other than to make sure that your phones are charged tonight and your backup batteries are charged, and you pay attention, and if you have a personal vehicle, you keep it out of your garage. In the high-risk zones, you might even want to keep it pointed in the direction you need to go to leave. That's the level of fire risk we're talking about tonight throughout much of Los Angeles County and Orange County, as well as some adjacent regions. Eastern Ventura County, portions of San Bernardino County as well. I'll talk about all of this on a map in a moment. And just to point out, I am having some trouble with my voice today, so I'm favoring multiple shorter sessions over individual very long ones, and I'm also borrowing some of the news media footage and just adding commentary on it to keep the words per minute a little bit lower. I will probably have another live stream tonight, so this is probably not my last live stream of the night. I will wait till later once the winds have picked up. We may be even in a little bit of a lull, relatively speaking, right now, so I'll probably wait a few more hours at least. I will also be up bright and early. I will probably have a live session again around either 8 or 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. Before that, there just might not be a lot of information. So I'm considering trying to leave this channel open for the evening and keep this live stream going even while I'm not live. You'll see a placeholder image, or I may turn on the KTLA or ABC7 live streams and have it play in the background, something like that. Hopefully Google won't identify that as a copyright violation. So otherwise, I'll just put up a a banner, which will be my indication to you that I plan to come back using the same live stream link in the same day. So tomorrow's live streams will definitely be on a different link, but I may just pause the current session and return to this exact same one in a later point this evening. So without further ado, I want to show folks some graphics. So you're going to see my screen, infinite mirror first, and then okay. So here is a current live camera view of the Palisades fire. The sun has not set, so actually the reason why it's so dark, let's get rid of that old drawing, is that the smoke plume is blocking the sun over here off camera. That's what's going on. But what you can see is that there's active flames. You can still see back here. There's also active flames all the way down here, but there is low visibility due to the smoke. As you can see, the fact that the plume is lying down is not good news. So this is what the smoke plume looks like right now. This is kind of what you can see. The fire there's active fire all along this line out to the ocean, and it's still continuing to move in this direction. So the winds right now are blowing the fire essentially from east to west. A little bit of a concern is that the stronger winds later tonight might turn a little bit more out of the northeast. So that could mean that especially the heel of the fire right now could end up, in fact, there's an air retardant drop right there at the heel of the fire. So clearly CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, is concerned about this fire making progress in this direction, which is, of course, a highly populated part on the west side of LA. So it's difficult to know exactly how this is going to evolve. The only good thing so far is this is the only major fire burning right now, so all of California's firefighting resources have been able to be thrown at this one single fire, and yet still dozens to hundreds of structures have burned, and hundreds of people barely made it out amid those traffic jams. The real challenge is going to be if additional major fires break out tonight, and unfortunately I do think that is likelier than not, that does in fact occur. Speaking of which, there was a new fire that broke out. This would have been a really bad location up above Santa Clarita, but this was called the Gulch Fire. Fortunately, man, this would have been a really bad location, but for right now, sounds like the initial resources on scenes were able to knock it down, keep it at 1 acre. So as long as that doesn't flare back up, that's good. The scarily named Rim Fire was a suburban fire that's also under control. There have been a lot of small fires that have popped up. Let's take a look at this next one. The Frontera Fire looks like it's sort of like a freeway margin or riverbed fire near the Santa Ana River. Yeah, it's already knocked down. That's not a concern. So right now, it remains the case that the only fire of significance at this moment, although it is a very significant fire, is the Palisades fire. So zooming in, here's an approximate map. The last time the CAL FIRE mapping aircraft was in the area, this was the fire footprint. As you can see, it's a wind-driven fire. It's spread in this direction. There was a major firefight to keep it out of these neighborhoods. Unfortunately, there has been structure loss. Not all of the structures in these areas, of course, were lost, but the real problem is this. The winds are currently pushing the fire roughly in this direction, so the structures continue to be threatened in all of these areas. The winds later may start pushing more in this direction, and to the extent that this fire is still very active up in this area right now, that is going to threaten other portions of Pacific Palisades later. There are evacuation orders and advisories in effect there. In fact, it looks like there are evacuations almost all the way down to San Vicente Boulevard at the moment. So if you, this is watch duty, and you can see the boundary of evacuation orders is all the way out here. So that's the very western portion of Santa Monica, arguably. Some of this is precautionary, but again, we will see winds that could be blowing like this later. If this fire backs up into the Santa Monica Mountains up here, that is going to directly threaten a lot of people in these neighborhoods here. So let me just move up and look at the rest of the extent of the evacuation. So obviously the rest of the evacuations are mostly in relatively remote parts of the Santa Monica Mountains up there, but there are also evacuation warnings moving west, including Wildwood, Fernwood area, and eastern parts of Malibu. So there is concern, again, that this fire, as the winds blow like this later tonight, there isn't a whole lot to stop this fire from continuing in any direction the wind is pushing it. So that is why we see these evacuation warnings and advisories over here, and then also on the eastern flank of the fire. So that is a sign that there is concern that this thing could still get a lot bigger. So I'm continuing to keep an eye on whether there are other fires that have broken out, but right now I'm not seeing anything else of significance in the area. So that's the good news. Evening satellite imagery, well, it's pretty clear now where that smoke plume is, and you can tell where the winds are blowing it. So of course it's blowing in that direction. There's a thing right here that kind of looks like a fire, right? So initially I was like, uh-oh. But then if you actually take a look at the infrared satellite imagery, it's very clear which of these is truly a fire. Obviously, it's this one, and there's nothing of note going on down here at the moment, which is better than the alternative. But bringing back the true color imagery, a few other interesting things going on. Of course, we have the Palisades fire here, with the smoke plume extending well past now the Catalina Islands. But notice up here, notice all what's going on. Do you see those little plumes that look like smoke? Those are dust storms. So there's dust storms forming over the Antelope Valley with very strong winds. And I think that might be what this is too. This may also be another dust storm. There's also ash from the fires earlier this summer blowing off. So actually, if you focus in on this axis here, if you notice, if this looks a little bit like smoke, it's because it is old ash from fires earlier this year blowing off of the mountains. So there's a lot of stuff blowing. We're actually fortunate there haven't been more fire ignitions. In fact, I don't want to jinx anything because we already have one terrible fire, and I do expect that there will be more probably. Just statistically, that's the reality overnight. But there have been remarkably few ignitions given the conditions today, which I think is a testament to people actually being careful and the value of pre-positioning resources. But the problem is, it only takes one, technically, and we already have one, but realistically, it only takes a few, because I do expect that we will see at least one or two other fires like this one. And the problem is going to be, if that happens in the middle of the night, amid power outages and damaging winds, the outcomes could be even more problematic. I need to close my Adobe Illustrator, which is causing some slowdown. Sorry, I've got to... I don't want to save change. I'll save changes. Sure, okay. Sorry, you're seeing my stay tuned screen. I had to quickly edit that up. So I'm going to quickly check in on the ABC7 live stream. They're showing structures. There's a structure burning. There's the view, there's the meteorology going on. Nothing too crazy right now. So what I actually want to show is the weather models data for the next few hours. So this is the current, this is the HRRR, the HRRR, High Resolution Rapid Refresh model, which I'm using in this context because what I really want to do is emphasize the fine scale topographic details of what's going on. So this is roughly 20 minutes ago, 4 p.m. You can see it's windy across LA, but not crazy. Gusts 20-30 miles an hour in the fire zone over here. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour. So problematic for a fire, but not the end of the world in other means. Stronger winds up in the mountains, gusting up in the 60s, but nothing crazy yet. But watch what happens as we go through the evening. Still 5 p.m., so hopefully I'll be done with this broadcast by then. Winds still a moderate in LA and in the fire zone, 30 to 40 miles an hour, but starting to increase now over the mountains, where we're seeing gusts into the 60 to 70 mile an hour range. At the higher elevations, closer to 70 miles an hour as we get up to higher elevations. There may actually be an additional lull this evening where the winds over LA proper decrease somewhat, but they continue to increase over the mountains up to gusting 70 miles an hour or above. By the way, really strong wind gusts over the Sierra Nevada as well to 90 or 100 miles an hour. Mono winds potentially occurring. And this lull continues for a couple hours across the lower elevation portions of the LA basin. The Topanga area continues to see gusty winds, but nothing extreme, as these continue to intensify over the mountains. But watch what happens as we go to the 8 and the 9 p.m. hour. Now suddenly we have 80 mile an hour wind gusts over the mountains and much stronger gusts in the fire area near Pacific Palisades. Now much higher than any gusts we've had so far today in the 55 to 65 mile an hour range. And things kind of deteriorate essentially from there. We get to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Now we have gusts 80 miles an hour over the mountains and nearly 80 miles an hour in the fire area. So again, these winds will be almost double what they were earlier today. This is why there's so much concern. They also start to extend now over the San Fernando Valley, wind gusts into the 60s to 70 miles an hour. Any fires that break out in the foothills above the San Fernando Valley are going to be a big problem. And as we go towards, later at night, now winds start to really pick up in LA proper. Now we get winds 30 to 40 miles an hour in the city. In the fire zone west of LA, we could see wind gusts to 80 miles an hour along the western LA and easternmost Ventura County coast. That is not good news. The San Fernando Valley wind speeds continue to increase. We see gusts to 70 miles an hour, and then the next panel. Again, really strong winds along the coast of western Los Angeles County. Very, very strong, and then continuing to increase inland over the mountains, over the inland valleys. Mountain wave likely occurring, as I mentioned earlier. And now Orange County getting in as we get into the midnight hour. Winds gusting 60, 70 miles an hour now throughout most of Orange County. These winds will be discontinuous. You'll notice patches of 6 mile an hour winds here, and then 74 mile an hour winds over here, and 72 mile an hour winds on the Ventura LA County coastline border, and then go west of Oxnard, 20 miles an hour. So these winds are going to be discontinuous, and they won't be strong everywhere all at once, but almost everyone's going to get it at some point. Here again, downtown LA gusting only 20 miles an hour, but as soon as you get into the San Fernando Valley, winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, 1 a.m. Up in the mountains, 70 to 80. Fire zone, 70 to 80. Then downtown gets back in on it. Wind gusts up to around 50 plus miles an hour. It does look like some of the most widespread strong winds in populated areas will be between about 2 and 4 a.m. So that might be a sleepless night for a lot of people. Again, LA proper getting 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and some of the inland valleys getting wind gusts 70, 80, 90 miles an hour. And take a look at Orange County again. Most of Orange County seeing wind gusts above 60 miles an hour, in some places in the 70, 80 plus mile an hour range. We go to 4 a.m. It actually, this bottle update looks even worse. Orange County is just a big yellow blob with winds above 60 miles an hour. Locally 80 miles an hour, downtown LA 50, Oxnard 50. These are not just the usual windy mountain areas in Santa Ana as being windy. This is a much bigger deal event. And again, the big concern is fire in addition to actual wind damage. Boy, Orange County, it's looking pretty concerning on top of everything else. That wasn't originally highlighted as a hot spot during this event, but it now clearly is going to be. 5 a.m., most of Orange County seeing 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts still. Now, almost all of LA County has wind gusts of at least 40 miles an hour. So as I mentioned, it's going to move around a lot. As we get towards sunrise, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., now suggesting that some of the strongest winds in the mountains of the entire event. Here's now winds of over 90 miles an hour. And again, these models can't capture the peak gusts. So if the model's saying wind gusts over 90 miles an hour, actual wind gusts in that area are probably over 100 miles an hour. Now, granted, that's in the mountains, but look what happens. Downtown LA gusting over 50, fire zone. Again, 70 miles an hour. So this just, if any fires ignite tonight, there's really not going to be any break. It's only going to get worse as we head towards morning. Now it's well past sunrise, and we still have widespread very windy conditions now extending into San Diego County as well. So this is actually suggesting that the stronger winds may last longer across more areas later in the morning than originally expected. Again, not great news. The other thing I wanted to point out is currently the humidity is not terribly low in some parts. So near the fire zone, for example, it's now, well, it's getting pretty low. The dew point's about 15. Let's see if I can go to relative humidity. This might be a little more intuitive. So it's starting to dry out. We have low humidities, 10 to 15% in LA County, but in some areas it's not so bad, 25%, 30% down in San Diego. But watch what happens as the night goes on. And into tomorrow, actually maybe relative humidity is not the best way to show this. So the relative humidities don't bottom out perhaps quite as much as they could in a different event, but it's really the dew points, the absolute humidity that gets really low. Now we're getting humidity, look, down at 9 degrees. So the dew point of 9, it's awfully dry. When you have a dew point of 9 and 70-mile-an-hour winds, that is not a good situation for fire risk by any means. Okay, so I think that roughly covers what I wanted to weather-wise. Let's check and see if the live streams are showing anything. Let's check in with the audio and give my voice a break for a moment.
Ground. But again, we are in kind of a sheltered spot because we are surrounded by trees. When we were up higher on Chautauqua, those gusts were strong, and that is what fueled that sudden upkick of those flames, where we had to throw the camera and the tripod in the van and literally take off within 20 seconds. So things are really dangerous up here. The wind is really bad. We are still seeing some people in the neighborhood. Here comes a guy on a motor.
All right, and let's check out KTLA. Well, there's a bunch of Hollywood actors who've been interviewed live fleeing the flames, given the neighborhood that's been affected. Okay, let's check in again with the live alert camera footage. Yeah, so you can see, again, this fire remaining very active. And look in this region here, you can see active flames near the heel. I am pretty concerned, and you can see they're laying down a ton of retardant. I think they're trying to get a few runs in before sunset. We'll see how much that helps. But I think they're really worried about this heel moving towards the much more populated neighborhoods given the winds later tonight. Frankly, I don't know if those retardant lines are going to be able to do much, given the conditions. Let me take a look at the radar. Okay, so this fire has flared up recently. This is actually the most intense returns I've seen all day from this fire. So I don't know what is currently burning. I hope it's not structures, but given how close to the coast it is, there's a decent chance that it is. So I don't really have a lot of good news to report at the moment, except that there aren't more fires currently burning. That's the only real piece of good news, is right now all firefighting resources are focused essentially on this single event. But it's a bad one, it's going to get worse, and I suspect it won't be the only one for the whole night. Just checking to see if that's still true, and it looks like it is, according to Watch Duty, as of 5 minutes ago. All right, so you're gonna see me back on screen for a moment. There we go. All right, a lot of viewers. I'm sure that a lot of folks are concerned, and I understand, and that's why I'm trying to stay up tonight and be up early in the morning, because I think there's a lot of folks who are going to have frankly, a pretty scary night in Southern California. All right, so I'm going to take a look at some of the questions that are coming in. Give me a moment. Yeah, by the way, President Biden was in Southern California today and was scheduled to make some formal state visits around the region, but that trip was canceled due to the extreme winds. I don't know if it's specifically because of this fire or the fire risk, but it may also be because air travel is becoming impossible. By overnight hours, I think most flights may be delayed, canceled, or diverted into many of the Southern California airports, including LAX. If you do make it in on a flight, it's going to be an awfully bumpy ride. Let's see. There's a note from a commenter India that the scanner's currently saying it's moved west of Topanga Canyon Road. I don't have any way of independently verifying it, but I have no reason to doubt it. It certainly seems plausible under these conditions, and if it hadn't already, it unfortunately was probably inevitable later, given the winds. Let's double check. Somebody's telling me they see a new fire somewhere, but I don't see it on watch duty yet at this point, so doesn't mean there isn't a fire, but hopefully it doesn't show up there, because if it does, it means it's a fire of some significance. Let's see here. Alright, well, so here's how I'm thinking I'm going to manage this live stream tonight. Given that there's already a lot of viewers, I'm trying to decide whether it is better for me to just, during inactive periods, have a placeholder graphic up on screen, but keep the link open, and I will be checking in periodically. I've tried this before, but it's, I don't know what folks' preference would be. So I did the work today to get that set up so I can proceed that way, if folks would prefer it, or I can continue to use new live stream links. I won't be able to join you continuously for the next several hours, but I will plan to come in and out the next time, probably in a couple hours, once those winds start to pick up from their current relative lull. In the meantime, there's a question from Holly. Thinking about the possibility of the wind switching and this moving southeast towards West LA, Santa Monica, is there a likelihood on that wind shift, or is it something we just can't predict? I talked a little bit about this earlier, but it's unlikely that this fire will make much progress into West LA proper, but it is worth noting that the current evacuation zone extends almost all the way to San Vicente Boulevard, and I do think there is real risk of all of the neighborhoods that are uphill from there and maybe all the way down to the roadway. The only reason I'm not more concerned is that if this were a due northerly wind event, that would have a greater potential to push fire into this area. Now, is it possible that a mountain wave could set up at some point tonight and shift that wind from sort of east-northeast, more due northerly, and push the heel of that fire southward towards portions of the west side of LA, Santa Monica? It is possible. The only better news about evacuations there is that, unlike Pacific Palisades, there are numerous routes of egress that would be less likely to take people by surprise without having options to get out in a timely manner. So, generally speaking, the winds are not going to shift all the way to the west and blow the fire directly toward this region. The question instead is whether these winds will shift from being almost due east-west right now to having a stronger northerly component, to being more northeast-southwest. That could push the fire south of its current position. It would be hard for it to make much eastward progress. Though again, anyone in the hills, or near the hills even, or even near an urban park, for example, tonight, is potentially at risk given the winds and the humidity we're going to see later. So even if this fire might not be threatening, it is very possible that there will be other fires tonight that don't begin for several hours and ignite in darkness, posing additional threat. So that's my current thinking there. Might be able to reflect a little bit more on it later. And then a follow-up from Holly: is there something about the topology or geography that they can use to keep it from moving into the urban area? So should the winds push it that way? That's typically how wildland firefighting is done, is you do try to tie your firefighting efforts into opportunistic features on the landscape, whether they're natural features like a river or a canyon or an extent of bare rock, say at the summit of a mountain chain or something. Or in the suburban or built environment, urban environment, you might do a major roadway or an urban canal, or even something like a golf course, which of course most of the time has well irrigated grass, which doesn't burn very well. So you might use those sorts of features as fire breaks. So yes, there are plenty of those sorts of things, but the problem is this. This is not a fire that's moving uphill. This is a fire that's primarily moving downhill and will continue to do so, as will all other fires tonight, because these are downsloping winds. These winds are literally blowing from the top of the mountain to the bottom, and they're strengthening, warming, and drying as they do so. And the other problem is, when you have a wind-driven fire like this, you really can't think about it as a contiguous wall of flame. It is instead, essentially, there are periods where there's walls of flame, but the main mechanism of spread is these stochastic ember storms. So these billions and billions of flaming embers that are generated when a tree goes up, or if someone's fence or a vehicle or a house, unfortunately, as has been the case today, goes up in flames and sends those billions of embers downwind. And really, they can blow as much as a mile or two ahead of the fire front and start new fires. And so the fire can actually move much faster than a contiguous one would, and also be relatively impervious to control using typical topographic features or natural or built fire breaks. It can just hop right over them. So in other words, if you're in front of the fire, or any other fire that develops under strong wind conditions like we'll have tonight, there is really nothing that can be done to stop it until the fuel runs out. That is the state of modern firefighting and the realities of our extremely dry, record dry landscape and very strong wind event tonight. But most of the firefighting then takes place on the flanks of those fires, and so opportunistically you try and not stand directly in front of the fire, but flank it. Not entirely different from military strategy on the front line of a war zone, actually. So in any case, I don't think that this, most of West LA is a direct threat from this particular fire, but then again, there are many parts of West LA that are at very high risk tonight from any other fires that might develop, and Pacific Palisades and everyone down to San Vicente Boulevard is potentially at risk from this fire tonight. I think it's fair to say, and I'll update folks if the risk extends beyond that swath. So I'm getting several folks asking that I do keep the link open and just pop back in. So that is probably what I'll do. For the rest of this evening, I will use the current link, keep it open. You'll see a placeholder graphic. I'll be muted. I may at times leave live news coverage on as well, at least the video of the live news coverage, if not the audio. And I will pop back in periodically. So if you leave your speakers unmuted, you'll hear me. I'll also announce on social media that I'm going to pop in again live. Some folks commenting that might be a 12-hour limit on live stream duration. I do not plan to keep this particular stream going for more than 12 hours, so I'm not too concerned about that. Unless there is a new fire, I probably will return in a couple, probably no less than 2 hours from now, so I'll take a slightly longer break. If there's a new fire, maybe that could change, but otherwise I'm going to wait until the winds are starting to pick up in more areas, I think. All right, folks, so I'm not going to end the live stream. Feel free to keep it on in the background. I will continue to rejoin periodically the rest of the evening. And if you do leave but want to come back, you can join using the same link, or you can just keep it open in your computer. That should work just fine. So I'll talk to you again soon. All right, again, folks. Hello for those who have stayed on or those who have rejoined the stream. Just gonna double check that the audio is working as expected, but once there's an acknowledgement of that, I'll proceed. As I mentioned, I'm going to be dropping in and out of this live stream the rest of the evening, starting a new live stream bright and early tomorrow morning. But there are some significant developments, unfortunately, and they are not particularly reassuring on the Palisades fire, especially given that the worst of the winds is yet to come. In fact, they may be much worse than what we've previously experienced. I wanted to start by doing a quick survey of any other fires that are in the area. There is only one new fire to speak of, and so let me quickly well, actually, you know what? I'll share the screen because that may be the best way to describe this. So that's the Palisades fire, of course. The only one I'll zoom back out. This is again Watch Duty app. It's good for situational awareness, among other things. You see a few fires. Most of these are small fires that are already extinguished or contained, as is the case with all of these, except for possibly. I need you to zoom in on this. The King fire. No recent update. This is a 5-acre fire. I think it's in the Baldwin Hills area, or all the oil field there, the Inglewood oil field, burning near Ladera Heights. It's 5 acres. It did run uphill. It's not super windy there yet, so there's a decent chance they get a handle on that. But of course, it is completely surrounded by populated areas, so any direction it moves in would eventually be a problem. Keep an eye on that. But so far, it's a small miracle that we only have one major fire to deal with at this time. I still don't think that'll be true come tomorrow morning, but for now it is. But it's a real doozy. It's the Palisades fire. Last update, 1,300 acres, but it's likely well beyond that, probably at least a few thousand acres at this point. But the problem is not primarily that it's the largest fire we've ever seen, but it's that it's an incredibly destructive fire burning through highly populated, topographically complex areas with very strong winds inbound. And so I'll close that. Again, this is the Watch Duty app. Zooming out because the box has gotten a whole heck of a lot bigger since the last update. Bringing the drawing tool on board, this is the entirety of the region that has at least some sort of evacuation advisory warning or order in effect. That's a big box. It extends all the way, almost to San Vicente Boulevard, on the west side of LA or in Santa Monica, includes all of Pacific Palisades, and now extends all the way westward to Malibu, and all the way north to 101. I guess because this is Southern California, I have to add the obligatory article, so that it's the 101. But that's here, and you can see that the evacuation warnings now extend all the way to the 101 highway. And there is talk currently of extending some sort of evacuation warning all the way to the 405 freeway, which is here, which would bring it closer to the other Getty facility. So this fire is burning right up to the Getty Villa, but there is some concern that this fire may make some progress to the east. Now, this is not, to be clear, the Palisades fire is not moving quickly east. But it is making some eastward progress because the fuels in this area are very receptive and there is strong backing fire, meaning that the fire is actually moving against the wind, not as fast as it's moving with the wind, but it can still make considerable progress under conditions like this. And the concern will be is if the winds that are currently blowing roughly from east to west or northeast southwest take on a slightly more northerly trajectory later, that if the fire does make it up into this region, it could push the flames down into that area. That's a little bit speculative, but that is the current the current state of the conversation. The fire has reached the Pacific coast. Sounds like some of the lifeguard stands on Will Rogers Beach have actually burned along with all the palm trees in the parking lot, which is I actually have footage of that. I'll show you that in a minute. So the fires made it to the coast in some areas, but the real concern now, Wildwood, earlier under evacuation warning, now under an evacuation order. So the evacuation for Topanga Canyon now is mandatory. Clearly, there's concern this fire is going to make progress to the west. And again, there is evacuation warnings all the way out to Malibu Beach. I mean, this is a huge, as I mentioned, this is a huge area, and even though the winds right now are strongly pushing the fire like this, the winds may shift a little bit later to be more like that. There might be a little bit of eastward progress against the wind, and then this area is unfortunately potentially a considerable risk as well. So again, evacuation warnings or orders now extending all the way from the 101 to the Pacific Coast, Highway 1, Pacific Coast Highway, almost all the way to San Vicente Boulevard as of right now. Okay, just continuing to double check that there aren't any new fires or that there's not an update with the King fire. Nothing updated. Okay, I mentioned I would show some video. This is from Twitter. Of that fire as it moved right to the coast. While this was about an hour ago, and I don't know if you'll hear the audio, but the most important part is the video. You can see the palm trees on fire right at the water's edge. All the palm trees are burning in the parking lot at the beach. This is the kind of conditions that we're talking about. It's an ember storm, and those embers are going to follow the wind and burn whatever they want.
Come on, Brett.
So there's evacuation traffic, and this was another area where there were a bunch of traffic accidents because people were in pretty extreme conditions as they're trying to get out of there. It does sound like a couple of the schools in Temescal Canyon may have burned, and you can see the embers sheeting across the highway. That's the Pacific Coast Highway. That is why fires under these conditions are almost unstoppable in the direction of spread when they're in alignment with the wind.
All right, there's a place here we probably...
Okay, so checking some of the ABC live streams just to see, unfortunately, as you can see, again, there's been live coverage all night, lots of structures on fire all over Pacific Palisades and now in other areas as well. This situation is not getting better. The only good news is that I think a lot of the folks who were immediately in harm's way have had time to evacuate now, which was not the case initially, but as of right now, there's still a lot of structures burning and this fire is moving westward fastest, but it is also making some southward progress and even some backing progress to the north and east. Let's see if we can tune in and
We're just going to be out here gathering more information. If I see any residents evacuating, I will definitely talk to them. But just about half an hour ago, I actually followed CAL FIRE to a rescue. It was a house rescue of some pets. They did have a couple pets in the home. There was a resident who was worried about his dogs. He wasn't able to get past the street, and he was not able to get to his home. So CAL FIRE went to that home and rescued those dogs. So I followed along for that, and just seeing the destruction, the homes that are on fire, it's just heartbreaking, especially for the areas that these people didn't think this was going to happen. So these Santa Ana winds, they came in strong, and this is just the beginning.
Okay, well, as you can see, it looks like it's not a home, but some sort of commercial structure. I don't know exactly what it is, but lots, again, there is very extensive structural loss. Unfortunately, just based on the number of structures I've seen burn during the live television coverage. Here's some other footage.
Flew into her face.
And
Jasmine, I know, I always call you a Wonder Woman, a warrior woman, and you are all of that and more. You're also a mother of 2 young boys, so, you know, I get worried. But, you know, I must say we were so happy to see that that you're okay, and a lot of people have been texting and asking about how you're doing.
Right now,
so
as we speak.
You've seen a heck of a lot today and tonight.
Yeah, you know, and that's our job, right? And we try to be as safe as possible as reporters, but to show people the true heroes, the superheroes, these firefighters, these law enforcement personnel who are out here. I have the waves crashing in front of me here on PCH, and I have the flames behind me here on the hill after coming off the Temescal Canyon, where embers were being blown around, as you saw. The high school caught fire, homes burning on either side, and that fire fire over the last few hours. I mean, look at the gusts. The gusts right now.
So you can see
pushing.
these winds right now
blowing south,
are
so
nothing
it is
compared to what we're going to have
throwing
later. The
these
winds later
flames
tonight will be about double
over these hills
what
and
they
through
are
these
in this live footage right now.
We're up on Elmedio Avenue where homes are burned. So sad to watch churches
So
burned.
I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that this really is a local, certainly a local to regional scale crisis at
because
the
they didn't
moment.
have enough resources for firefighters to fight that. I have some video I want to show you what we just took within the last hour on Elmedio Avenue.
Watch out behind you. Watch out behind you.
Elmedio Avenue. This is where we could see the high school catching fire, right? And those
And so
embers being
that's
thrown
the
across
ember storm that we're
neighborhood
talking
street.
about. You can continue to see in all of this
People,
footage.
we saw a few people trying to leave that neighborhood.
It's those
Even as
wind-driven
those
embers
flames
that are
just
really
catching everything on
the
fire.
impossible
So that was very scary to watch.
challenge during
grabbing
events
what
like
they
this
could to
with
get out
wind-driven
throughout
fire.
the day. And there was a traffic jam all through here of cars lined up. And that's when it was really scary because people could see the flames behind them. But thank goodness they got out because now we are dealing with, as you see right here along PCH, fire all along PCH. And I still could see some people, a couple on their bicycle riding through here.
Okay, so
it is just moved.
you get a sense of what's going on the ground right now from this. Taking a look at satellite, what we've got, again, the only good news that I can see, the bad news is that this continues to look worse with the Palisades fire. Only good news is that there are no other big black splotches anywhere in Southern California at the moment. So that is the only fire of note. The best case scenario at this point would be that there aren't any additional big black splotches at any point tonight. I just think that that's going to be a tall order. Maybe we get lucky, maybe people are really careful, but I just think with the magnitude of the winds that are inbound, I think that's going to be difficult. And we have been seeing small fires ignite all evening, but so far they've all been kept small. That will be much harder to do once the winds dramatically increase in the overnight hours. So just I'll just double check and see if okay. It looks like there was an update on the King fire. Oh well, that's interesting. Sounds like the second fire here might have actually been fire crews seeing the Palisades fire in the distance, which would be, again, given the circumstances, certainly better than another new fire. So it does not look like there's still any significant new fires burning of note. I'll update later if that changes. I'll take a look and see if there are any new questions. Again, just thanks to everybody for joining again. Just a reminder that I'm limiting the amount of cumulative time I'm spending on this live stream speaking because I currently am having an issue with my voice. Larynx not doing so well at the moment. You can probably hear it. But I'm still continuing to be on. I'm just trying to optimize the number of words per minute I'm actually speaking by bringing in other coverage. And I actually think that's maybe a helpful new addition anyway to these real-time disaster type live streams. A reminder that it is really helpful if folks like these live streams while they are live. It really helps with the amount of visibility that these streams can get and how much visibility the stream gets, or the channel rather gets overall. So that is helpful. Always encourage folks to subscribe as well. So timeline for when the winds will pick up, believe it or not, we're kind of in a lull right now in a lot of Southern California. That's not ideal given how strong the winds already appear to be at the moment. And I think that we'll continue to be in a relative lull maybe for another hour or so before things really begin to pick up past 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. It looks like the strongest winds and the most widespread damaging winds that could produce very dangerous fire behavior will unfortunately be in the darkness of night between midnight and 6 a.m. So I will have at least one more live update this evening on the same channel, on the same stream. So you can either keep this link open and you'll hear me when I return, or you can return to the same link later. I will also be live tomorrow morning, relatively early, at probably 8 or 9 a.m. Pacific time, and that will be a new link that I will probably put out in the morning once I'm ready to go live, so you can follow that. But for this evening's additional update, and there will be at least one more to come later, you can continue to use this specific link. So that's what I've got for now. The Palisades fire continues to spread very quickly to the west, but also to the east and southeast. There are numerous structures that have burned, thousands more at risk. Many people in pretty scary situation tonight, not only because of this very destructive and large, fast-moving fire, but also because of the strengthening winds that will continue to strengthen and become even more widespread throughout the night, contributing to extremely dangerous fire behavior on any ignitions that occur and that escape initial control. There aren't any such fires right now except for the Palisades fire, but I have a hard time believing that will continue to be the case throughout the night. So that is one of the reasons why I'm going to continue to update. So stay tuned. Please feel free to just stay logged into this channel. I'll return. You'll see a placeholder graphic. And see you in an hour or so.
Such a great job of at least trying. I wish they could get the aircraft up, but certainly
gusts are up to 85 miles per hour. But on the right-hand side,
All right, folks. Sorry about that. Forgot to turn the audio on for a moment. Thanks for tuning in again. I see there's a lot of folks. Each of these peaks, as the evening has progressed, has seen more and more viewers. I'm not surprised because the situation has become more and more dire, and quite frankly, I am pretty concerned at this point about what the morning will bring across Southern California, and in particular in Los Angeles County and potentially later in Orange County as well. The Palisades fire has, honestly, I think at this point it's fair to call it a catastrophic urban interface fire. It's clear the structural loss is very high and ongoing and spreading in multiple directions at once. Meanwhile, there is now a new major fire that has at least as much destructive potential as the Palisades fire. This is the Eaton fire, named for Eaton Canyon, in which the fire is currently burning. In fact, I think it's already burned out of the canyon and is now burning through neighborhoods on the fringe, the wildland fringe of Altadena. There are mass evacuation orders going out now. I'll show about that, more about that later. Winds are now increasing near the base of the foothills. In fact, just above the Eaton fire, a wind gust to 85 miles an hour was just recorded, and quite frankly, that probably will be nowhere near the strongest gusts of the night. So the winds are still nowhere near what they'll be at their peak. There are already two major fires, one already arguably a catastrophic urban interface fire, the other could become so shortly. And my great concern is that we'll see 1, 2, 3, 4 or more additional fires of this magnitude overnight that will completely overwhelm firefighting capacity. Already we're getting to that point in Los Angeles County. Most, if not all, air support is no longer able to access the fires due to extreme wind conditions and turbulence. You can't put pilots, it's already a risky job, but with this level of wind and turbulence, it would be an unreasonable ask. So I believe air support, even the night flying helicopters and some of the support aircraft are no longer able to fly. That was very likely to happen, but it has now happened. And as I mentioned, the winds, if you think they're bad now, wait till later, unfortunately. Or if they're not bad now, don't let your guard down until later, because some places are still relatively calm right now, and we'll see major winds later. So let's jump to it. I'm going to share my screen and show watch duty to start once again, so bear with me for a moment. See my infinite mirror. That's the wrong one. Sorry, there's just a lot going on at the moment. Okay, Palisades fire. Again, there is. This is called building a big box in the wildland fire world. That box currently, in terms of places, whoops, I need to get the drawing tool. That big box, in terms of evacuation warnings and advisories, is this region here, which is quite large, as I mentioned. Let me change the color there for it's more accessible for those who may have red-green color blindness. Let's see if that blue works well. Let's make it a little bit brighter so it stands out. Just a little brighter still. That's a little too earth-toned. Alright, we'll leave it at this for now. That's probably good enough. What I'm showing here, in addition to the evacuation zone, is the actual recently detected satellite hotspots. These are not up to the minute. They're not precise. Don't take this literally, but it gives you a general sense. This fire is a lot bigger than the 3,000 acres currently being reported officially, but there are hotspots in this entire region. It does, unfortunately, include most of Pacific Palisades, and the fire is now burning all the way into Topanga Canyon. In fact, the fire has made it into this region, and the fire is actually directly threatening eastern portions of Malibu, as hard as that is to believe, given its point of origin. There is significant concern now also on the northeastern flank of the fire. I need to change the color. It's not quite bright enough. Let's go for yellow here. Let's see if this is better. Okay, I think that's better. There's now also concern on the eastern flank of the fire over in this vicinity as we get on the far western fringe of Brentwood. The fire hasn't made it there yet. This map might be a little bit misleading, but there has been progression to the east despite the winds blowing in the opposite direction. So this is known as backing fire movement. This fire has managed to move in every single direction and has hit the Pacific Ocean to the south. Of course, it hit the Great Pacific Fire Break, as it's known in the biz. But it really has room to expand in virtually every other direction. And the problem is, in most directions, there are homes and other structures. So even though the fire's most rapid rate of spread is not to the east, there are evacuation orders all the way down to San Vicente Boulevard, or almost the golf course there. And it's not inconceivable that there could be additional evacuation orders in the upper portion of Brentwood from about Sunset Boulevard northward. So could this fire end up getting close to the 405 corridor over here? I hope not, but under these conditions, with limited resources, I wouldn't rule something like that out entirely. The other fire now, the newer fire, the Eaton fire, this is long out of date. The fire is far larger than 200 acres. It's probably in thousands of acres. The more significant tell here, I think, is the scope of evacuations. All the way down to the 210 freeway, at least in terms of the warnings in Pasadena. So the mandatory evacuation orders are where you'd expect for a fire in Eaton Canyon. The place is right up against the foothills, although some further inland zones here. But there are evacuation warnings now extending all the way to the mega freeway, the 210, and that's not that far from downtown Pasadena. So do I think the fire is going to make it to downtown Pasadena? No. But there is, I think, the authorities are signaling a much higher than typical level of concern for this region, well away from the foothills. And I'll tell you why. It's because right now in this vicinity, we have 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts. There was some incredible, really kind of shocking footage from ABC7 where one of their journalists was getting blown around and metal barrels were flying down the street just a few minutes ago. And unfortunately, there are actual recorded wind gusts right now of around 85 miles an hour in this vicinity right near the fire. Pretty much, this is a worst case scenario, wildfire scenario in this region right now. And there are a lot of people who live there. And that goes pretty deep into the suburbs, but what we've been seeing in Pacific Palisades is arguably an urban conflagration. The primary fuels initially were vegetation. Then there's the WUI, the wild and urban interface, where those structures intermix and interface with the vegetation. And as you've seen in Pacific Palisades, at some point, it's actually just people's backyard vegetation and the grass and the brush and the trees and roadway medians and city parks, and then people's houses that has become the fuel for the fire in western LA County. And it's starting to appear that's now how this event is likely going to unfold. As you can see, there is no air support on this fire. Here's the sole air attack. That's essentially an observation plane that's going to orbit the fire. Hopefully it gives some intel, but there's no water dropping capacity or anything. They're flying significantly higher than you'd have to fly to drop water. So hopefully they can keep the air attack up, but that's about it. I don't see any other, let's see if there's any aircraft. Yeah, there's no aircraft at all in the Palisades fire. It's a ground effort, and I'll be quite honest, ground effort firefighting is not effective under these conditions. It's just too extreme. These fires and any other fires that break out tonight, if they escape the initial acre or two of initial control in the first minutes of the fire, are going to do what they're going to do, at least in the primary direction of the winds. There really isn't going to be possible to stop these until the weather improves. So my hope is that there are as few of these major fires as possible. But as I mentioned earlier, when it was just the one fire, that probably wouldn't be the only major one of the night. And I still think that's true, that these will probably not be the only two major fires of the night. The conditions are just that extreme right now. and there are just so many ignition sources. Let's take a look at the Palisades. Okay, so there are now evacuation orders within the city of Santa Monica for the Palisades fire. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, the city of Santa Monica issued an evacuation order for all areas in the city north of San Vicente. That is pretty far into the city, and as again a real indication that things are going south. This is pretty bad. I don't really know what else to say other than that I would take this one seriously, even if you're not in the wild and urban interface right up against open space. The conditions tonight are one of those rare 99.9th percentile conditions where some of these wildfires are going to become urban conflagrations and penetrate miles inland from the open spaces and parkland that is most famously flammable in the Southland. This is just that kind of night. Let's see. So let's zoom in a little bit. So I'm gonna highlight. I believe that's San Vicente. So what is being evacuated now, and I don't think it's being reflected yet on this map, but I'll sort of draw what I'm talking about here. San Vicente is here. So essentially everything on this side of it is now under an evacuation order in Santa Monica. I'm not sure how far it extends that way, but I'm just extrapolating. Again, that's pretty far. That's a lot of real estate, a lot of very expensive real estate. Okay. Let's see if we've got any new fires to talk about. Hopefully not. No, it doesn't look like it. Right now we've got the Eaton fire as the big one. Okay, I'm going to pull up satellite imagery. As you can see, unfortunately, I'm going to get rid of that. This is the big bad Palisades fire. It looks even bigger and badder than it did before. And then this is the Eaton fire, which has just popped up in the last hour or so. It's looking big and bad as well. Also, somewhat of a curiosity, note that there is currently a fire burning in the Colorado River marshland, literally within the river channel. It's very windy down here in the Colorado River basin as well. And so literally along the Colorado River on the Arizona-California border, the reeds in the middle of the river are on fire, and that's showing up on satellite. So the least consequential fire of the night in all likelihood, but still a rather fascinating illustration of the degree of extreme dryness and wind that we're seeing throughout the Southwest. I'm going to quickly look and see if folks have questions. The first question is, do I think Westwood will have to evacuate? I think it's very unlikely that Westwood would have to evacuate from any of the fires that are currently burning, although, again, under these conditions, should a fire ignite in the hills along the 405 corridor or something, I wouldn't rule out the possibility. These are the kind of conditions that would make that at least a slight possibility. The warning area in Santa Monica apparently extends to Montana, so that, let's see if I can remember where that is exactly. Well, there's Montana, but I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure how the evacuation zone is. Oh wow! So the evacuation. I need to verify this. That it really extends to Montana, because Montana is even farther into the city of Santa Monica. Let's see if there's. Okay, I'm gonna open the Santa Monica city map briefly and then close it so I'm not clogging it up. Okay. Wow. Okay, so it does go all the way to Montana. Now, to be clear, the evacuation order is technically only for a strip of it, but there is now an evacuation warning extending well into city of Santa Monica proper. That is, in fact, extending all the way to only 4 blocks from the Santa Monica outdoor plaza mall. So again, that's the Santa Monica Pier down here. This is where we are, folks. It's a pretty remarkable evening. Okay, let's see what else has come up in question wise. Yeah, my comment about the concern about Orange County is based on the extremely widespread and very strong winds expected for at least a 12-hour period in Orange County. So, yes, there are no fires currently burning in Orange County, to be clear, that I'm concerned about, but I'm concerned about what might ignite in the next 12 hours. These will be conditions under which the fire will not be stoppable until the winds die down. Okay, so there's the satellite, there's Weather West. I'm going to check in with some of the live coverage. So this is ABC7.
Now everything is gone. My home is almost gone. My neighbor's home is threatened by the fires right now. The fire department is trying to save those 2-3 homes on that side of the street, but it doesn't look great. I mean, it's scary.
Okay, so to be clear, this is live footage right now from Malibu. So there are structures burning in Malibu from the same fire. This fire has burned all the way, resulting in evacuations in the city of Santa Monica, and is simultaneously burning structures in Malibu. Again, I think folks who are used to seeing recent fires in Southern California, the scope of this one is astonishing, even in the context of recent wildland urban interface fires in Southern California. I'm genuinely concerned about the scope of the losses that we've already experienced.
A couple of other things, mainly gifts from my kids, but I don't have any animals or anything, so I just took whatever I could.
Okay, I'm gonna pop over to another live stream. Here is the Fox local affiliate.
That was something new that we hadn't seen in the Palisades.
This is the Eaton fire initiated in Eaton Canyon in Altadena.
Please
as you can see,
take care of that. And here's 2 vantage points. We have Joab shot there on the ground, and then from our Mount Wilson camera, you see the glow of the Eaton fire, which started at first 10 acres, then 20 acres, and now it's well above 200 acres that quickly.
And look, as we maybe take that picture full from Mount Wilson, so we allow Gina and Joab to go get to safety. Look how much bigger that is than it was even a half hour ago when we were looking at that live picture from Mount Wilson. So that thing is growing exponentially, and with winds expected to get worse. All right, so checking back in with folks, I'm going to bring you'll see my face again for a moment as I take a look at some of the comments coming in here. Again, I have a pretty bad feeling, frankly, about how this is all going to shake out. It's already really bad for folks in western LA County, and I'm not quite sure that we're going to make it through the night without something worse. So let me see what else folks are talking about right now. Thanks for all the folks who have recently joined. I think, understandably, folks are getting pretty freaked out about what's going on. Curious if anybody is currently experiencing especially strong winds where they are, or notably weak winds. I would expect to have some people answer both ways, given the way the pattern has set up. Just a reminder that it is super helpful when folks like these live streams when they are live, because it helps increase the visibility of both the stream and the channel. Ron asks if I'm having tech issues. For once, it does not appear to be the case, but if anything is not coming through the way folks would expect, just let me know. Biff remarks, this reminds of the 2017 firestorm, 100-mile-an-hour winds, the first fire and then the second fire, and everyone's distracted. The second one's worse. I mean, there are parallels to a lot of the really bad wildland fire disasters that have occurred in California and other states, as has been mentioned. One thing I want to highlight is that this was an extremely well predicted event. I mean, this was something that was raising eyebrows a week out. I wrote a blog post about it a few days ago. We've had multiple live streams. This was very comprehensively messaged by the National Weather Service. And I think what that illustrates is that even with the best possible planning and warning in the short term, there are some events that are just genuinely difficult to mitigate to the point where they don't still cause disasters. And that's what we're seeing unfold right now. All right, let's see. Can I comment on the potential for the Eaton fire spreading towards Pasadena? It is spreading towards Pasadena. The main thing that stops it is the fact that in an urban area, you have fire breaks every block known as streets. You often have, in a place like Los Angeles, large open paved areas. You have fire hydrants, ostensibly, and you have good road access for firefighters. But all of that becomes less helpful when you have 80 to 90 mile an hour winds and your resources are stretched thin, as they are right now. We often think about wildfires and house fires or structure fires as being distinct, and often they are treated differently. In fact, we even have different kinds of firefighting equipment and personnel who are trained differently to fight each of them. But in situations like this, the line blurs, and you really can start to see wildland fires that become urban conflagrations. I've experienced those myself in Colorado and elsewhere over the years. I've been in the thick of things, and what you really see is, I've experienced many wildfires, just coincidentally, and then also professional reasons. But the real commonality between these, or where the line gets a little bit blurred, I think, is when you have high winds and exceptionally dry conditions. Once fires start burning more than one or two structures, they start to produce such an incredible volume of embers. The built environment is actually pretty flammable. In fact, newer homes are actually more flammable than older homes. There's a lot of plastics and polystyrene and highly flammable things that are essentially derived from petrochemicals that are in modern structures and automobiles, and the initiation energy, if you will, that it takes to get those things to burn is relatively high. But in a high intensity fire, providing lots of oxygen with strong winds, once those things ignite, they produce an enormous amount of heat, enormous amount of embers. And once you start to see the fire spreading structure by structure under high wind conditions, it becomes essentially as difficult to stop as a forest fire, even with all of our modern firefighting technology. And I will point out that we're done with air support for the night, I think. We're going to see minimal, if any, water drops from those night dropping helicopters. Slurry dropping aircraft, fixed wing aircraft generally don't operate at night anyway. But even those helicopters that were designed specifically with night vision capabilities probably can't fly the rest of the evening. All right, I'm going to keep going down the questions here. Comment from downtown Santa Monica that it's pretty strong and smells like ash. That does mean that there's at least some wind blowing from the direction of the fire front, which is probably why the evacuations were issued. Okay, there's a new fire down by San Diego. I'll check that out in a moment. Is a comment that the fire weather book by John Valiant, I believe, is excellent, and it is. In fact, you might still see it somewhere on my shelf, along with books about the fire in Paradise and others. But it is a good read. Maybe not something that folks in the fire zones would really want to read tonight, though. Okay, let me check out. I'm gonna share my screen again, since we're back to looking at new fires again. All right, back to watch duty. I don't see any new fires at the moment in the LA basin, but okay, so there is a new fire down San Diego. That's not a great spot. It looks like there's potentially one helicopter nearby. So right now it's small. The freeway fire named presumably because it's right near the freeway. Okay, but that is not going to stay small. Rapid rate of spread already has spread a quarter mile toward the south, so they're getting north to south winds in this area. Okay, so this is on the military facility base property, but it is unfortunately in alignment with the winds to run. So we'll see what this one does. The fire is right here. It's running south like this next to the freeway. There is plenty of brush. There's Miramar Mounds National Natural Landmark. I can't say that I know exactly what that is, but this fire is spreading in this direction. There's not a lot immediately in the way, but there is plenty of brush. It's not going to have any problems jumping over the roads or freeways under these wind conditions. And then south of that, there are some neighborhoods. There is at least the one potentially saving grace here is there is a significant freeway perpendicular to the wind direction right here, but could the fire blow this way and jump the freeway and cause problems in the neighborhoods? I guess this is down by Kearney Mesa, Tierra Santa. I'm not as familiar with San Diego as I am with LA, but just given the physical geography and the vegetation here, we'll just have to see how this one goes. But that could be the first big fire of the night outside of LA County, potentially. So going back up north, let's see what they're saying about the Eaton fire. Yeah, aircraft unable to fly. Let's see here. Okay, and I'm going to check in on the Palisades fire, officially what is being said about it. Well, maybe I'll show the camera view in a minute. Okay, LAFD has expanded the mandatory evacuation east to Kenter and north to Mulholland. Okay, let's see if that's reflected on. So that's Mulholland. So no, this is not yet reflected. Oh no, maybe it is. Maybe it's Mulholland over here. East to Kenter. Well, let's see. Okay, well, I can't find it. I'll look that up later. We'll see. But these evacuation orders keep expanding. These are the Santa Monica ones. I don't think this part of Santa Monica has ever been under an evacuation, any kind of evacuation for wildfire, as far as I can remember. So that's probably a first. Okay. All right, taking a look at satellite. Well, the only good news is that San Diego fire isn't yet showing up on satellite. So, although I have to say now, I'm seeing something that's not showing up on watch duty. Anyone with an astute eye looks in this circle, and there's a very weak signature. Sorry, it's a little bit further to the south. There's a very weak signature popping up in the most recent 2 frames. So I don't know if this is a new fire. I hope not, but let's see if there's anything on watch duty, or maybe it could be something else. There are false detections sometimes, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the map. That would be in this vicinity over here, so I don't know. Maybe it's a long-range spot fire. We'll check in on that in a minute. Checking in, this is the ABC7 live stream again. I'll let them speak to give my voice a break for a moment.
And we were wondering, when is this area going to get evacuated? And it seems like it is finally happening now. We're seeing more police here, and you can see they're letting fire units go by. They're letting police units go by, but not the media. So we are just out here in front of Palisades High School watching the school burn down minute by minute. We saw the football field a little bit earlier. The football field has burned down. The aquatic center was fine. It was untouched.
So again, this is confirmation that the high school in Temescal Canyon has burned. I'm getting a lot of reports that large structures, commercial structures, schools, just about everything has burned in the area, so it is unfortunately as bad as the initial reports.
More pressing things that they felt that they needed to get to, but you can imagine how devastating that is for the people who live in these homes, who just felt that they were abandoned. You know, we've been talking to this gentleman for quite some time now, and he now understands, you know, the scope of all of this. He's 80 years old. He doesn't have a...
Okay. I'm going to take a look at some additional comments, and then I want to show a little bit more meteorology. I'll bring my camera back so folks can see something other than the infinite mirror. Okay. Lots of as expected, people reporting that it's either very windy or not so windy yet where they are. I'll take the Lucy Jones comment as quite a compliment. She has a pretty incredible track record in the solid Earth geophysics world, being a sort of the on-call person during earthquake events. In California, so there is some conscious effort to model actually after that role model. Yeah, this really does sound a little bit like a localized firestorm scenario. I think we're already there in Pacific Palisades and possibly now into Malibu and Topanga Canyon, unfortunately. And we may be getting there elsewhere. Question, is there risk of damage to buildings from the extreme wind alone, even without a tree coming down? Possibly, yes. I've already seen some photos of gas station canopies that have come down, which, you know, is not the sturdiest structure in the world, but winds will significantly intensify from where they currently are. So, unfortunately, yes. There could be broken windows or roof damage even if nothing falls into your house. Particularly in portions of the San Fernando Valley where a mountain wave may develop and there could be wind gusts of 80 to 100 miles an hour on a very localized basis. Obviously, that's potentially going to cause some damage. Hi, Ben. Hi, Alex and John. It's good to hear from all of you. I've actually seen a number of folks that I've known over the years in the channel tonight. I wish I had a stronger voice, but this cold is not doing me any favors, so I'm popping in and out, as it were. All right, so I'm going to take one more quick look at the current satellite map to look at any new fire detections. And then I keep saying I'm going to have at least one more live session tonight, and I'll say that again. I will have at least one more live session later this evening because this has continued to escalate, unfortunately, at the higher end of expectations. So
So yes, there will be at least, and I'm going to keep, as I mentioned before, I'm keeping this particular live stream open. So if you're here, you're already in the right place. Even if I put it on pause for half an hour or an hour, I will return to the same location. You can just stay logged in. You can return later. It's the same link. For tomorrow, I'll probably be going live as early as 8 a.m. Pacific time. And that will be on a new link that I will probably send out before I go to bed tonight so that people have it available. So let me take a look again. I'll show, share my screen once again. All right, back to good old watch duty. See what's cooking. A lot, I suppose, is the answer. Let's see if there's an update for the freeway fire. Oh, well, there's some good news on that one. That one had not spread a quarter mile. Presumably that was erroneous because it's been stopped at 2 acres. There's no way, unless it was 4 inches wide. I don't think it spread a quarter mile. Okay, so that one, check that one off the list. The problem is these keep popping up throughout the evening, and most of them have been good catches, but all it takes is, you know, one that isn't, and that's what happened with the Palisades fire. It's what happened with the Eaton fire, and it's probably what's going to happen with at least 1 or 2 additional fires this evening. So let's see if there's any detections that I can see. Some folks are saying they're seeing something on satellite. I am not seeing anything. There was a little signature here. It's already fading, so we'll see. But right now, again, it's clearly the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire that are the big ones. Oh yes, and I also mentioned I wanted to look at the weather. Here is where we are now. This is the HRR model, the HRRR, High Resolution Rapid Refresh, that I'm using for high resolution. The most recent hour is 8 p.m. You can see right now. Oh, and I just realized that I'm screen sharing and I have my red light disabling, my blue light disabling feature going. Okay, well, for the interest of getting the color scheme correct, sorry folks, I forgot that was not just on my end. Here is what things look like right around now. Correctly, the models are suggesting there could be 70 to 80 mile an hour gusts in the hills. These are actually more widespread than are being indicated, but look what happens as we go forward a few hours. I hate to say it, but this map looks a lot worse at 11 p.m. than it does right now. Rather dramatically worse, in fact, especially in the Palisades fire zone. I don't know what to say other than that 70 to 80 mile an hour wind gusts in that fire zone are going to be a real problem, even beyond what we've currently seen. But also up by the Eaton fire, look what happens as we go to the midnight hour and then the early morning hours. Some of these values are getting up there even higher and expanding to cover more of LA County. That's 1 a.m., or 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Now even downtown LA is getting into the 40-50 miles an hour. We're now seeing a widespread region of 70 to 80 mile an hour winds over the inland valleys. And then we continue towards sunrise. Now we see really strong winds in Orange County, as noted earlier. Most of Orange County potentially very windy, remaining extremely windy in the Palisades fire area and in the Eaton fire area, all seeing 60 to 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts. We get towards sunrise. This is 6 a.m. The mountains see even stronger winds now in the 80s of miles an hour, and gusts into the 80, 90, 100 mile an hour range in the mountains and in the mountain wave zones just below the mountains by within a couple hours of sunrise tomorrow. Don't take this too literally. These are actually really hard to get correct with some of these models, but just to give you a sense, this probably will get worse before it gets better. Again, the ABC7 live stream, yet more tall flames in neighborhoods. I'm going to bring this one
Boulevard
up.
At Mulholland Drive, Sheeran Road at Stunt Road, southbound Tuna Canyon Road at Saddle Peak Road, and Old Topanga Canyon Road at Mulholland Highway. That is an LASD closure. Those are the road closures in.
So this is, again, those are some of the skyscraper, well, mid-rise buildings, I'll call them, in the city of Santa Monica, and there's a large wildfire now, not that far from them. This is likely burning homes up in the hills right now above San Vicente Boulevard.
Some coverage on the Eaton fire. We do have a crew there. That crew just had to break down because they were getting dangerously close to some flames. So while they make their way to get to a safer location, we are covering the Palisades fire for you. So don't go anywhere. We will have that Eaton fire coverage in just a few more moments. With that said, let's go to Ed Laskos in the heart of Palisades Village tonight with more on the flames there. Ed?
Flames roaring through here, and so these gusty winds. We're on Radcliffe. It runs parallel to Temescal Canyon just on the east side, and Radcliffe on both sides of this street. As the gusts come through here is, well, look at it for yourself. One home after another going up in flames. This is one of the latest ones here. Fire engine, Fire 10 from Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, finally coming in. They've been putting some water on it, trying to ease the flow of the hot, searing embers that these winds have been kicking up. You can see all those embers.
And to that point, you can see just this, once a home or a structure catches on fire, it just sends up this continuous stream of embers. That's almost certainly why the neighbor's house also burned. It was embers from the first house to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. The whole neighborhoods have burned this way.
We mentioned down right at the corner there of the cliff where you make the right-hand turn, go to Temescal and over to Pali High School. That is gone. Looking through what used to be a two-story home here, nothing but embers. But up on the hillside, we talk about fire everywhere. Look at that roaring flames up there on top of the hillside. That's the top of the bluff by my thoughts, where you have great views. A lot of the locals go over there. There's a small park, lots of nice benches, great view of the Santa Monica Bay below, PCH. Those are some incredibly wonderful homes up there, and that fire looks like it's now roaring into that neighborhood up to the bluff itself. And then down here just below all of that is what's left of these homes here on Radcliffe. This was the first area that was hit, maybe about 3 hours ago, as the fire jumped sunset and just kept moving. This place, just some hot spots and what's left of the brick chimney, really all that's standing here. But as this burned, the wind was blowing the flames, and I should say really more importantly, the burning embers across Radcliffe, blowing them in that direction. And that's why it jumped across the street over here to where we have the homes burning now, and it's continuing further east. But I've got to tell you, in the last maybe 15 minutes or so, we're getting these gusts of wind that come through here. They continue to do that, but the thing is, they're now seemingly kind of blowing the embers toward the ocean, blowing them toward PCH. Before we saw them blowing it toward the east. But see, as this gust comes through, look at the embers. They're not blowing toward the camera. They're blowing down toward PCH, and that is where the firefight continues. We just saw a line truck from CAL FIRE with maybe about a half dozen strike team members heading in that direction. And I assume they're probably going to try to put a fire line down there to try to deal with the flames that they hit the bluff, because they don't want them to continue to go down. But this area of Radcliffe, just along Temescal Canyon, it is a total loss. It is burning. Everything is burning here. I hate to tell you, several homes lost. The area evacuated several hours ago. No power, no cell service. So we're not thinking, as LAPD was going door to door earlier, and also with their loud.
Okay, so that's some pretty striking and devastating footage, but unfortunately that's not isolated. This is, there are whole neighborhoods that are experiencing these sorts of conditions right now. Okay, taking one more look at the satellite imagery. Again, two big dangerous fires, but not seeing new ones right now. Let's see, on watch duty, don't see anything new mentioned there either. So I'm gonna take a look one more time at the comments before pausing this again for a little while. Okay, where are we? Okay, oh, well, good to know the blue light filter wasn't showing on the viewer end. That's helpful. Maybe I can save my eyes after all.
How worried should Ojai, Ventura, Santa Paula be overnight? Well, there are not currently any fires that would threaten those places, so that's the good news. And while it will be windy on the eastern fringe of that region, so eastern Ventura County, this isn't a primarily Ventura County extreme wind event and fire risk event, but it could become so. If other new fires ignite in that region. Of course, no ignitions, you don't have much to worry about. So that's the hope there. Eric mentions it's gusting over 80 miles an hour at the Burbank airport. I can't independently confirm on this screen if that's true, but if it is, there's likely wind damage going on in the San Fernando Valley just from the winds itself right now. It's not impossible. Todd mentions that there's a lot of electrical lighting still on, which means that the power isn't out in those places. SCE's ability to do public safety power outages is mostly in the wild and urban interface and intermix. So out in the sort of this peri-urban semi-rural zones, and then in the suburbs that are right up against the foothills. It's more difficult to do public safety power shutoffs as you get deeper into neighborhoods because there's a lot more electricity being used. There's commercial buildings, there's hospitals, there's schools, which of course exist in other places too, but with less density. And it just means that practically speaking, there are costs and benefits to turning off the electricity preemptively, because there are some risks of turning off the power. One is that best case scenario is it disrupts people's lives and commerce and all of that. But it can also disrupt telecommunications if a fire does develop, interfering with evacuations. It can interfere with traffic signaling and the ability of people to get out of harm's way quickly enough. It can also encourage people to use things like generators or big backup batteries, which can sometimes start their own fires. So it's not entirely straightforward, and the cost-benefit ratio usually decreases the more people you involve and the deeper into urban corridors you go, simply because you're affecting more people with the outages, with slightly less benefit because it's less likely for a wildland-style fire to ignite in a densely populated neighborhood. It's not impossible, but it's less likely once you get into those denser urban corridors. So I think that this is unfortunately an event where I suspect we probably will see at least one, if not more, utility or power line ignited fire, despite the acutely painful knowledge by these utilities that their equipment can start fires. And I would even argue that in many cases they've been overly aggressive historically at shutting off the power, thinking more about the bottom line than the cost benefit analysis for society. But this is actually one of those events where I think the opposite is true, where they've, any amount of outages in the high-risk zones probably makes sense on a night like tonight. And if anything, it's probably not possible to do an outage as extensive enough that you would really want to do to be able to prevent all of the ignitions that could potentially occur tonight. Because some of those ignitions potentially will occur in neighborhoods, essentially urban areas, as opposed to the interface zone, and could propagate either to the interface from there or back and forth. That's just the reality in a situation like this, with winds that are strong enough to knock over trees, snap trees in half, blow down power lines, take people's roofing materials off and blow them into power lines just about anywhere in the San Fernando Valley, for example. To be clear, I do not think it's likely that this fire would cross San Vicente and Santa Monica, but clearly the risk is not zero. It's very unlikely it would make a rapid run downhill, but again, the problem becomes once a fire starts burning numerous structures, it does begin to take on a life of its own. It can burn with pretty significant intensity if it's burning a large number of structures at once, much like the intensity you'd get from a
dense forest experiencing a crown fire. And so it can start to create its own weather patterns. We know that happens in urban firestorms. I hope we don't get to that point tonight, but it's happened before. Okay, so as mentioned, I'm keeping this live stream open. I have some voice and throat issues at the moment, so I'm going to give myself another break, my voice another break, but I will be back at least once more this evening, so please feel free to stay in this live stream. You can keep it open. You don't have to log out, or you can return later to the same link. Thanks for watching. I will again make a note in the comments in the live chat when I'm about to come back live, and I'll also do so on social media again. So at least one more update tonight, and then I think in the meantime I'll probably set up the link for the 8 a.m. Pacific time live stream tomorrow so that I can share it with folks before they sign off for the night during the next one. So you'll see an old-timey wait screen in the meantime, but I'll see you again in a little while.
All right, everybody. Thanks for joining again. This live stream to discuss the, I think it's now fair to call it, the unfolding wildfire catastrophe in Southern California. At this point, limited geographically to Los Angeles County, but there are now two major, fast-spreading, potentially or already catastrophic fires, and also potentially a third that started in an unusual location. It might even be a very long-range spot fire from the Eaton fire in Altadena, but this fire started south of the 210 freeway in a city park and is spreading, again, structure to structure amid 80-mile-an-hour winds. So an urban firestorm or a hybrid firestorm. So 3 major fires currently burning structures simultaneously, at least 3. There are some informal reports of an additional fire that's gone unreported, at least according to the official reporting channels. There are some folks reporting seeing a glow in the distance, and I actually can see some heat on the satellite imagery, so it is possible there is a 4th fire, and if that's true, it's also in a very bad location. We'll see if that becomes more apparent or less during the course of this portion of the live stream. Whoops. Apologies, folks. Even my fancy computer is running out of RAM. I have so many tabs open, so I just had to restart that. But it looks like it's working all right. I promised to restart my computer before tomorrow morning's live session. By the way, I will be back live at 8 a.m. Pacific time. Unfortunately, I think there will be additional fires. It's going to be a pretty stark session, but I will be live again using a new link. In fact, while I am speaking here, I am going to grab that link and share it with you so that you can copy it, because it is not the same as the link that I'm currently using. This, by the way, I just added this link to the chat. This is the link I'll be using for tomorrow's live streams. I plan to begin bright and early because the fires will be very active still around 8 a.m. tomorrow Pacific. So right now, what we're seeing is some pretty wild stuff, and I'm going to start sharing my screen again so you can see what I'm seeing. The live news coverage, okay, well, of course they cut to a rather mundane map at the moment, but the live coverage has become more and more alarming over the past hour, just as if that were possible. Some of the, again, this one's not quite showing what I'm looking. I'm double checking on the map here to see if there are any new starts that have been reported. The fire I was talking about that might be a long-range spot from the Eaton fire is this one. It's called the Burt fire. So again, the Eaton fire is up here. There's no way it's only 400 acres. That's a big underestimate. But the Burt fire here, and I just want to quickly zoom in and show you what we're looking at. I think it's probably more than 3 acres. The last report half an hour ago, it was burning structure to structure. But just look at where this started. This is pretty much just a city park. This is just a few acres of vegetation surrounded entirely by homes, and this entire city park became consumed and started burning structures nearby. Now, if you look where this is relative to the Eaton fire, as the crow flies, it's not that far, I suppose, just a couple of miles, and the winds are blowing in that direction. Now, that means this would have had to have essentially spotted all the way over these neighborhoods and the very wide 210 freeway. But right now we're experiencing wind gusts of 90 to 95 miles an hour up here. So could that have lofted embers that far to the south? At this point, yes. So what's clear, I think, tonight is that the risk of spot fires from existing fires that develop in the foothills are potentially as far as several miles, even if that means it's jumping over freeways, neighborhoods, and other things. So if you're within this distance of a major fire tonight in the direction the wind is blowing, I would keep your head on a swivel. And that is not normally true. By the way,
that means that the Caltech campus is not that far outside of that spotting range at the moment. I don't think it's likely that there'll be an immediate fire threat on campus, but again, these are not ordinary circumstances, and the evacuation, mandatory evacuations for the Eaton fire, of course, have expanded greatly, mainly along the foothills, but there are some evacuation warnings and advisories all the way, again, to the 210 freeway. So what else is going on here? Of course, the other big story, the much bigger story even, is the Palisades fire. Again, these acreages, they can't update them because they can no longer fly the planes to map them. And there's a bit of fog of war situation going on where it's getting harder and harder to get some of the direct details out. But this fire has burned all the way to Malibu, and unfortunately, there have been some sad reports of a significant number of burn victims showing up at some local businesses along the Pacific Coast Highway, people who walked themselves out of the canyons. I wasn't going to mention that because it hadn't been confirmed, but it's now showing up in the LA Times, so I'm mentioning it now. We don't know the extent of the injuries, but it is clear that there have been a number of injuries and that some of them are quite serious. People who were caught in the fire itself. There's also a couple of firefighter injuries now as well. Mentioning there are now evacuation orders and warnings into the city of Santa Monica itself, which is extraordinary in its own right. As I mentioned, this now goes past San Vicente Boulevard, at least in terms of the the evacuation warnings. The mandatory evacuation does extend all the way to San Vicente itself. Also, mandatory evacuations were extended into the higher elevation portions of Brentwood. So this is creeping closer to the 405 corridor to the east. That's right here. UCLA campus is over here on the map. Again, the evacuations extend. This is sort of the edge of them right now. And Santa Monica and Brentwood. That is, once again, rather extraordinary. And there are structures burning in this area right now. So this fire is moving, not quickly to the east, but it is moving, in addition to the west, south, and north, also to the east. And that's earlier due to some local wind currents. And right now, we just know that under very dry, flammable conditions, fires can back into the wind. And that is what's happening, and unfortunately, it's doing so in very dense vegetation and in neighborhoods with highly flammable structures that are now burning structure to structure. Further west in the fire footprint, there's an active firefight going on right now. Again, I'm going to get rid of, I'll just leave it up for now. It doesn't show it right now, but there's fire in this region burning through structures, apartment buildings, grocery stores. It's an urban firestorm, as much as I hate to say it. The fire has moved through the Getty property, the Getty Villa and Museum property. The Getty Villa property. I'm hoping, it sounds like the property itself might be okay, but the structures surrounding it are not. And again, this fire has burned all the way into eastern portions of Malibu. I do not know at this point how much progress it's made up in Topanga Canyon. There is very little information coming out. The power is out. Telecommunications are down. It's difficult to know at the moment. Okay, so I'm seeing a new fire. Okay, this is not good. I'm seeing two new fires since I scrolled. The Tamarack fire. This started as a structure fire, but there are spot fires across the freeway. Okay, so this is literally an urban conflagration that is turning in, that is being fueled by the wind. So this isn't even a vegetation fire. Maybe there's literally just some trees along this freeway off ramp on the 5 freeway. Like this is the extent of the vegetation in this fire. So in this industrial complex caught on fire, it's spotting across the freeway into the homes. So this isn't even a wildland fire, but unfortunately, it's going to behave as one. It's going to use the trees in the median as a fire. It's going to use the bushes in people's backyard as fuel. So that's just an indication of just how extreme the situation has gotten. Hopefully this doesn't move into whatever this lot of parked vehicles is, since that'll be a real mess. Okay, but there's also an additional fire, new one, doesn't have a name yet.
This does not sound good. 20 or 30 acres. Again, this is a bad location because the winds right now are blowing 80 miles an hour in this direction. So this is very likely to start burning structures almost immediately, and I would not be surprised if it also jumped the 210 freeway into these neighborhoods here instead of burning structure to structure. I really hate to say it, but this is really turning into a pretty disastrous wildfire event right now. Because now there are a number of significant fires. So we have right now at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fires that are either actively consuming structures in Los Angeles County or may do so imminently. Still not seeing any new fires yet further south, but the night is very young and the winds still haven't peaked in most places. Also wanted to note that this fire out in the Colorado River itself, I was a little bit overly glib. I mentioned how it was burning in the riverbed and wouldn't threaten much. Well, that is not necessarily the case. There are actually 2 fires with extreme fire behavior, the cattle fire and the ranch fire. You can see they are literally burning in between farm fields along the Colorado River. But apparently, it appears, you can see there is actually an RV park here where it looks like people live, and this is threatening that RV park. So there are potential for evacuations. Technically, that is a Southern California wildfire. It is just over the border from Arizona. Or actually, I take that back. It is, this part of the river bend is technically on the Arizona side of the border, but a little more than a curiosity then in that case, in an unusual place. That fire is right by Yuma. But I won't focus on it too much because the risks are certainly far greater, infecting far more people over here. Is this yet another new fire, the Huntington fire? No, that's an old one. Excuse me, that one is no longer a threat at this time. Okay, so this fire up by Slimar is called the Slimar fire. 50 acres rapid rate of spread. This is exactly what I was fearing would happen and what I was hoping would not occur. Even though there's a lot of freeways in this region, given how extreme the winds are, this thing could blow through here. It could jump both the 210 and the 5 freeway. And there's patches of vegetation in here that it could burn. It could potentially do this and move over, go past the landfill, cross the wide part of the freeway here, heading towards Mission Point. There's parks up here. Let's see what's downwind, because at this point there's not much stopping it at this point. So yep, that is really, really bad, because what this thing could potentially do is this. It could make a long run down this towards the 118 and could threaten all of these neighborhoods. This includes Porter Ranch. Oh boy. It's exactly what a lot of us were hoping we wouldn't see in conjunction with everything else. I mean, I don't want to extrapolate too far, but if you draw a straight line, the direction winds are blowing right now, that's not it. That's my old drawing. That line goes through contiguous vegetation all the way in that direction toward Bell Canyon, through Chatsworth Preserve. There have been, of course, other fires in this region over the years, but with all of that abundant grass and brush growth from 2 very wet years, this whole footprint has filled in and is ready to burn, unfortunately. So this could even end up threatening, potentially, the eastern Simi Valley, Santa Susana, later on tonight. Okay, see if this one, that's still that structure fire. Let's see if the Burt fire's been updated. Still no update. Okay. Well, that's a lot to talk about. Let's see if the live footage right now, you can see this is Dallas Rains doing his forecast. As you can see, it's going to get worse, even worse than it is now.
Than 400, I'm sure that number is well above 400 now, and it just keeps getting worse. There are multiple agencies here battling this place. LA County Fire, Pasadena Fire, Cal Fire, but as we've been moving from place to place, there are so many homes, so many structures that are going up. There's just not enough firefighters to battle this inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it's very similar to the Palisades fire as well. More heartbreaking images across the Southland tonight. Gina, we thank you. And earlier, Gina had an incredible live shot of an evacuation of a senior facility center in Altadena. We have that video to show you. If you didn't see that earlier, it'll break your heart. We were told that 92 seniors had to be evacuated. The winds were howling. It was a whole lot of uncertainty. You can just look at all of these patients, most of them in wheelchairs, unable to walk. And just the chaos out there. There was a SWAT team from Pasadena Police that actually loaded a bunch of these patients into that SWAT vehicle to transport them. We got some answers from officials.
So as you can see, I mean, it was already really bad earlier, and the situation has further deteriorated. It's really, as they say, I'm not usually at a loss for words, but we're getting there. We're getting there tonight with everything that's going on. A little bit of good news, it looks like on the Burt fire. It did burn some structures, but it looks like that situation is calming down, although it's a bit of a triage situation in the sense that they're actively sending those units presumably elsewhere. All right, let's see if there's some other updates. Eaton fire, what is the most recent? Okay, more evacuations coming, not surprising. Tamarack, no update. Palisades, that update was a while ago. Sorry, I think I slightly in my cold addled phase mispronounced the Sylmar fire up by Sylmar. This one, as I mentioned, I think is going to be a problem. There's a lot of updates. Okay, so there's evacuation orders are not showing up on the watch duty yet, but they've been issued. I believe it's in this region north of the freeway. We'll see. That'll pop up on the map in a minute. This is not too far from the UCLA Olive View Medical Center. Hopefully it's upwind, given the direction the winds are coming from, but at this point, who knows? Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the... Okay, Okay, so this is what was going on. Here's a live satellite view. Here's the Palisades fire. Here is the Eaton fire. This is that Tamarack fire, that little spot I noticed earlier. That's the urban fire that's spreading structure due to the extreme winds, and now this is the Sylmar fire. And then there's that fire on the Arizona-California border down in the Colorado River Basin. So, man, oh man, oh man. I'm going to quick take a look at they're still on weather. Live stream still going there. I'm going to pull this back up so that you can see how strong the winds are on this live shot.
PCH, as you know, they're right next to each other. A lot of them kind of sharing their walls. But look at that one that's just fully engulfed at the end there. And we're seeing these firefighter efforts. See that hose that they've thrown on? They're trying to put these out.
Presumably for safety. I just wanted to illustrate some of the rather extreme ember storms that we're seeing at the moment. Welcome to the folks who have joined recently. I'm going to... you're going to see my face again for a minute. I'm going to take a look at some of the questions that are coming in. I may stay on even a bit longer than planned again because this just keeps getting worse, unfortunately. Okay, so... Oh yes, now I'm seeing lots of folks didn't love my pronunciation of Sylmar. Anyway, corrected that. A lot of folks now reporting power outages. I don't know at this point if these are last-ditch efforts by SCE to prevent new fire ignitions, because
they're seeing power lines coming down and sparking well outside of the usual PSPS power shutoff zones, or if these are just outages because the winds are blowing down power poles and power lines. They're very strong. We've now seen a number of wind gusts above 95 miles an hour, so matter of time before one of the sensors clocks over 100 miles an hour. And again, the worst is still coming for most areas in the hours to come. I hate to say it, but this is just that extreme of an event. This is pretty much a 10 out of 10 fire weather event for LA County, and perhaps for some other areas, including Orange County later tonight. Let's see here. Excuse me. I knew that one was coming. Always in pairs. Okay. Yeah, Fred mentions same basic location for the Sylmar fire as the Saddle Ridge fire back in 2019. I think that's about right. Yeah, lots of people reporting power outages now. The question is this an Oakland Hills firestorm level event? Yes. Although we've seen a number of events exceed the Oakland Hills firestorm in recent years, we're again well beyond that territory. Hopefully not in terms of loss of life, but in terms of structure loss, I suspect that we're already there. In terms of structure value loss, I mean, it looks like at a minimum there are hundreds of structures burned in one of the most expensive zip codes in the country. And honestly, given the way things are headed, I would be pretty surprised if the structure loss was not now in the 4 figures. So getting above 1,000 and getting into the thousands. Now that we have multiple major fires burning, we're not going to know for days how many structures have actually burned. But just based on what's happened in Pacific Palisades and Malibu today, and now in the upper reaches of Altadena, it's pretty bad, folks. And my only hope at this point is the loss of life is minimized. I'm getting text alerts. I still get the LA County emergency management texts. Even though I don't live in LA County anymore, and I'm just getting text after text with the new evacuations. So it's a pretty overwhelming scenario. I know that the economic toll is probably not foremost in people's minds, but it is worth noting that the number of structures lost times the value of the structures that have been lost today is likely to be staggering, and is going to have national, if not global, ramifications for insurance and reinsurance markets, including the public option in California, which was believed to be overly exposed specifically in the areas that have experienced extreme structure loss today. That is a conversation that's going to come later. Right now, there will be an active firefight for days to come. People will be fleeing for their lives, but that is also going to become part of this conversation. It's quite clear that this is much, much worse than anything we've seen in several years, I think, in California, and perhaps this may be setting some records that we didn't want to set. So the problem right now is that we know that there are multiple major fires, multiple rapidly expanding fires with major evacuation zones, and the problem is we don't know what fires might still ignite closer to the peak of the winds in the middle of the night. And I know that's not the answer that a lot of folks wanted to hear, but there will probably be more fires, more evacuations, and I can't tell you exactly where and when. So I think it's going to be a long, sleepless night for many thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of Southern Californians. I think that's just the reality. All right, so I can tell that my computer's running up at the against a maximum RAM capacity, so that may. Okay, I am back. Fortunately, I figured out how to restart the stream when things fall off. So, but there's so many tabs open right now. I'm running a little bit out of the capacity to continue to share them. But never fear, I am back. There's a question. All right, I'm scrolling back to check some of the more recent questions. Simi Valley, current wind gust of 68 miles an hour. That's no good. Can I discuss air quality? Your air quality is going to vary dramatically depending on where the fires are and whether you're upwind. Some places will have dangerously bad air quality, and other places will actually probably have better than average air quality as these strong offshore winds blow the usual LA basin pollutants out to the ocean. So everyone will probably get some bad air quality on the back end of this event once the winds weaken and the smoke accumulates more. But right now it's going to very much depend. There's a comment that it seems that there is almost nothing humanly possible that can slow these fires. We are at the mercy of the wind, and that is essentially correct. Save for building concrete structures or metal structures only that have almost no eaves or vents that the wind can blow embers into, then yes, that is essentially, under these conditions, in the direction of primary fire spread. There is really not a whole lot that can be done unless those are the kinds of structures that you have. Where do we build those kinds of structures? Well, I suppose that most high-rise buildings are often facades of glass, concrete, and metal, so high-rise structures tend to be quite impervious to wildland fires. They also tend not to be surrounded by dense vegetation. So I suppose that's a fire break of sorts, but we certainly don't want to find that one out. I mean, I think we're seeing, this is that 99.9th percentile extreme fire weather event where the WUI, or at least the wildland urban intermix, slightly different term, extends miles inland and pretty much exists even discontinuously. And you remember there's a city park or a freeway median with trees? That's the WUI right now. And any fires that start in those locations are going to behave like wildfires or hybrid wildfire urban fires, or in the case of a couple of the fires that are burning, purely urban firestorms. And I think it's fair to call it that. There are multiple firestorms burning in populated parts of LA County currently. How many days for the fires to get managed and to gain some containment? Well, it's a little bit too early to say, but I do think certainly days minimum, probably weeks for at least a couple of the larger ones. But the more important question is, how much longer will we continue to see a potential for loss of life and structure loss? And I think that could persist still for a couple more days, because this is a long duration event. The worst of it's definitely tonight into tomorrow about noon. But red flag warnings, strong winds, dry humidity, and higher temperatures will actually continue through Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, folks are bringing up the Cedar Fire from 2003 and the Witch Fire, the 2007 fires down in San Diego County. Those fires were extremely large, as well as being highly destructive and deadly. These fires so far, they're not burning hundreds of thousands of acres like those ones did. That remains to be seen. It is very possible that we do end up seeing a 100,000 acre fire or two, depending on whether any of the ones burning in anything in the San Gabriels or the mountains to the north burn all the way west to the coast. That could happen. But the bigger concern here is just that all of the fires that are burning in places where lots of people live, to an even greater extent than was the case for much of the burned area during the 2003 and 2007 events in San Diego County. Those still destroyed thousands of structures, but we're talking about potential fire footprints where tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people live. Now, I'm not saying that there will be tens or hundreds of thousands of structures burned, but what I'm saying is the population involved in the places at most risk during this very extreme wind and fire weather event are actually a lot greater than either of those two events down in San Diego County. How does this compare to the Tubbs fire? Again, I'm not going to comment on potential for death or injury, but in terms of structural losses, it's entirely possible it's comparable or worse, because there could be multiple ones of similar order. Again, I'm speculating. I don't have any particular inside information as to what the structural loss has been, except to say it is very extensive, and just based on the number of individual structures I've seen burn in different areas on live streams, it must be in the hundreds and is likely above 1,000, if not higher than that. There's a comment that Pasadena is seeing spot fires all over. Those might be spots from the Eaton, potentially. Honestly, folks are asking, where should we keep track of evacuation orders? I think the number one source has got to be watch duty. It really is at this point. It's your best bet for single source. Just no question about that anymore. So that's the source I would use. Should we stay up tonight and wait for evacuations? I think that depends where you live. If you live in a very dense urban area, I probably, if it were just me personally, I probably would not. If I lived in what was known to be a high fire risk area, I probably would. I don't think I would be going to sleep at all tonight if I lived in a place like that in Southern California. The bigger question, and this is true, this probably affects hundreds of thousands, if not a couple million people, is if you live outside of what are traditionally considered high-risk zones, but not necessarily like in a high-rise apartment building in downtown LA, somewhere sort of in the in-between where there's some parks and some open space, but you live in a neighborhood, a suburban neighborhood, maybe in an apartment complex near a park. That's a little more equivocal. I can't advise individuals what to do, except that this might be one of those very rare occasions where it might be worth keeping your eyes peeled, even in those more marginal zones. I think mainly the risk is still going to be in the places you'd expect, but we are seeing some fires burning structures in places that you wouldn't normally expect, and I think that will likely continue in the overnight and morning hours tomorrow. I mean, I think
the structural losses, the financial losses are likely to be so extreme from this episode that I'm not even going to speculate what that could look like, except that I expect it to be a ludicrously high number, probably. The more important question is, can we at least achieve a 0 lives lost or minimal injuries? We'll find out. I don't know. But perhaps that can at least be achievable still. But it really just looks like the level of structural loss is extreme, and will probably be even more so by the morning. In terms of watch duty, I actually use the website more often. I don't like to use smartphone apps in general, which is why I don't like to recommend them. I primarily use the web version of the watch duty program, which is why I'm very glad they've made it the full version available on the web. But I do actually also have it on my phone, and you can turn on notifications for your area of interest to be essentially woken up if there's an alert, which is actually a really useful feature because in my personal experience, watch duty is almost always sending that tonal alert sooner than any official emergency evacuation alert you might receive. That's not always going to be the case, but it certainly is a case often enough for me to personally sign up for those, both where I live and in some other regions where I'm interested to know about rapidly spreading fires. Okay, so I'm seeing there are even more new fires people are mentioning in the comments, so I'm going to go take a look at that again. Yeah, so there's reports of trees coming down and catching on fire due to the wind. I mean, on power lines. It's just that bad out there, folks. Okay, let's take another map tour. You'll see my screen again. Okay, so that fire up by Sylmar is now called the Hearst Fire. It's already over 100 acres. It's jumped the 514 freeway split. So the 514 split, okay, so this is what I was hoping wouldn't happen again. The 514 split, bring my drawing tool back up, is here. So if this fire jumped that, it's over here. It's making a run this way. This one's going to go big, unfortunately. Dangerous rate of spread, yeah, no kidding. Evacuation orders going out. I'm going to refresh this page. I'm not sure if watch duty's running a little slow right now. There's a lot of, this is probably the heaviest use it's ever gotten. I don't think it's showing up spatially yet, but let's see what else is going on. So there's the Tamarack. This has been updated. Okay, as I mentioned, this is a structure fire which spotted across the freeway into other structures, but there is technically a half-acre of vegetation fire, and look at what it must be. It's literally, in this case, a strip of eucalyptus trees and some grass in the freeway median. That's the kind of situation we're talking about. Anything as minor as that could pose problems tonight. And is. Okay, so I'm not seeing as many watch duty updates, actually, right now. There's just evacuation after evacuation after evacuation. Let's zoom in on the Eaton to see. I'm going to turn off The satellite hotspots are not that helpful right now. These fires are just moving too fast for the satellites. Yeah, so these evacuations are expanding. As you can see, you know, they're most mandatory along the foothills, but there is this deeper layer of evacuation warnings all the way down to the 210 freeway. And this may have been a spot fire from that. Maybe not. I don't know. You may never know, but that's plausible. Let's see if there's a Palisades update. Chastain Parkway. Let's see. I actually don't know where that is. The Temescal Trailhead, though, that is, I think that's up here. Well, let me just search for it again. Okay, I'm not 100% sure where the Temescal, which trailhead that's referring to exactly. I may come back to that. Well, let's go to the map. Okay, well, okay, so that is, okay, so that's all the way up here. I see, I see. Okay. Well, this live camera, here we go. Let's play this for the last 15 minutes. This is the Temescal Trailhead live camera. You can see that fire blowing through. You can see the massive ember storm. This is why this fire, I mean, it's just a firestorm. There's really no other way to describe it. So amazingly, that camera has not burned over. The problem is that means that this fire is back in these neighborhoods in the upper Pacific Palisades now as well, up by Topanga State Park. So this fire continues to back uphill against the wind. Okay, well this tells us about how far the fire's made it here. Unfortunately, here this is a camera all the way over by Saddle Peak. This is pretty far west, and the fire is okay, so sorry, these are not quite co-located. So the fire is here. It looks like it is now in the vicinity of Wildwood. That's just based on these different camera views. So this is looking south from that blue location. So that means the fire is already this far west. So this is where it's burning in Malibu. I don't know how much progress it's made it up toward Topanga at this point. Let's see what else the updates are. Okay. I'm going to take a look at the live coverage. That's again. All right, so I'm going to turn this audio
Transition over to our show called Good Night LA. Tonight is not a good night in LA, and we are just going to be continuing our coverage for Fox 11 Los Angeles. This is one of the worst nights that we have seen in a long time. So as we approach the top of the hour and the end of this hour, we're going to do a bit of a reset, and people can get caught up on what they may have missed tonight.
We are covering 3 fires, the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire in Altadena, and now the Sylmar fire. All of that coverage will continue at the top of the hour when we typically bring you Good Night LA. That coverage continues in just moments. Stay with us.
So what we're seeing in this live camera footage is
this home seems like it's being considered a
burning into the urban interface. Okay, so I'm going to go back to satellite. Yeah, so we now have 3 major fires, and my concern continues to be that we're just going to keep accumulating major fires every hour or so for the next 12 hours. That's my fear as the night goes on. Okay. Let me pop over to the radar imagery. And what we can see, again, both of these fires are clearly visible on satellite. Actually, or sorry, radar. I'm losing my brain a little bit. This is the Eaton fire. The plume is actually going right over downtown LA. So if you're smelling smoke, that's where that is. We're starting to just see the early vestiges of a plume here south of Santa Clarita. And then the fire in, well, I guess along the Pacific coast, for lack of a better term, is now so large that it has two separate heads. Here is the head that's getting close to Santa Monica. And then you can also see there's another head all the way over here. This is the one that's affecting eastern Malibu. So this is telling us this fire is vastly larger than 3,000 acres. It's burned a good portion of this entire region today. Not everything in this region, but unfortunately there are tens of thousands of structures, people who live here, and a lot of them have burned, as far as I can tell. And again, this is only going to get worse. It's going to be 70, 80 mile an hour winds in that fire zone for much of the night into tomorrow morning. They will die down, but then tomorrow afternoon we'll still have 30, 40, 50 mile an hour winds. So that's hardly favorable firefighting conditions. All right, so let's see who's updating. Nothing too recent. I'm going to check the Weather West comment section so you can see here. See what folks are. Yeah. A lot of hyperbole, although in this case, unfortunately, I'm not so sure it's not justified in this case. It's really as bad as it sounds, if not worse. Let's see if I can get the camera view for the Silmar. Okay, so that's... Let's see if there's other imagery here. Maybe this one, since it's already made it past. Yep. Yeah, look at that glow. All right. Okay. Another update on the Eaton, yet more evacuation orders. Let's see where these are extending to. Yeah, so these just keep extending farther and farther to the east towards, I think it's Monrovia. Yeah. All right. Take a look at the comments again. I'll switch over so you can see me speak again. All right. Let's see. Yes, air attack has been grounded. There's no fixed wing water or slurry dropping aircraft at night, even under normal circumstances. But tonight the winds are too strong and the visibility too poor, even for the new night dropping helicopters to operate, which has been our point in the past about how it is precisely under the very worst fire conditions that you can't use those nice fancy technological aerial attack tools that everyone always loves to see in action. They can be really helpful, but they're tools that you cannot use when the situation gets this bad. All right, so what I'm going to do is, let me double check that this is still the
No, that's not the link I currently have. Give me a moment here, and I'm going to recopy the link to the live stream. It'll be a different link that I'm currently using for this live stream, that I'm going to be using for tomorrow morning. This will begin, and the link is now live in the chat. This is going to be tomorrow morning starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and I will be doing this all again then. In many ways, I would, if I were physically able, stay up most of the night, but I am battling some sort of upper respiratory virus, I think, so I have to get some sleep. Hopefully I'll be a little more on top of it in the morning. Hopefully we don't see any new fires, but I was a little pessimistic about that earlier in the evening when we only had one major fire, and unfortunately I don't think we're going to get lucky with only 3 either. So there will likely be new fires. They may be further south. If things really truly go off the deep end, it is possible that someone is going to give me a call or a text in the middle of the night, and I may show up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not planning on it currently. If I did that, it would be on a new link, a new emergency link at that point. But right now, my current plan is that this is the last live stream I will have today, and that there will be a new one using the new link I just posted in the comments tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Pacific, and I will use that link for the entire day tomorrow. I'll just keep returning to it since that seems to have worked pretty well today. I'll be using that link all day tomorrow and doing what I've done where I periodically jump in to talk for 20 or 30 minutes. So thanks to everybody who has joined and who's liked the channel and the video. I know it sounds weird to make that request under circumstances like these, but the main benefit is that it greatly boosts the visibility of the live stream and of the channel. So that's helpful for those who might want to watch this in retrospect or who might be interested in joining tomorrow morning or beyond. So please do stay safe out there. I often say that, but I mean it quite seriously in this case, because there's a lot of folks who are not safe out there right now or may not be in the overnight hours. Take things seriously. If something makes you uncomfortable, I encourage you to leave early, because these are the kinds of conditions under which your eyeballs and your nose sense of smell might be the first indication that something is wrong. Probably trust those gut instincts, because you might regret it if you don't. But also take any evacuations that are ordered seriously. Consider leaving early and preemptively, and also do consider downloading or the Watch Duty app, setting notifications for where you live, or at least following it online. I do that personally. I don't like to recommend things very often because I am a bit of a skeptic of many of these sorts of things, but I genuinely do think that this one is critically useful and important in these kinds of scenarios in particular. I'm seeing even more reports of new fires, and that's unfortunately probably going to continue throughout the night. So thank you all for joining, and I will see many of you again in the morning. The one other thing I might ask you to do is please share with folks who might be interested that I will be on live at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and periodically thereafter throughout the day. Getting the word out is one way that everyone can be helpful in this moment. And I'll try and restart my computer so I can fully take advantage of the high RAM that this MacBook contains. At some point, you can only stream so many videos simultaneously. Okay, everybody, thanks, and I will see you all tomorrow, bright and early in the morning.